and made that team come out on victorious in the ordinary period. Thank you.
There were 39 lessons. I think we're reaching out to safety. I pray that we have a good game. I pray that we will injuries. I pray that sportsmanship will be true of you at the end. We'll have a good game and a better team. Never break.
Thank you, gentlemen. I just want to read something to you. Some of the rules here this afternoon. There should not be more than 5 outside the circle, and at least 4 must be maintained within the circle after the 6th over. All the balls are free hits. All these defense. No more than 2 things when allowed outside the circle in the first 6 overs, and more than 4 after. The first thing around is defect. The super over is also defect. No time is spent. Discipline is of utmost importance, and umpires will enforce that. In the event of rain, players are asked to assist the groundsmen to pull the covers. For the chase over game, 2 balls are used. At the end of every over, you take it back to the respective umpire and then measure that. Use of the wooden nails and back of the stumps, and we ask you to desist from using the right field and the handles or to take it back. And after the game, we will be a short presentation. All those rules are there. They are clear at the 110, both teams were attended, so this is just the purpose of the enforcement. The super over is still in effect, and that was the request at the meeting. I'm sure that if we didn't attend, management of the team would have reiterated and told you exactly what is going to happen in the event of a super over. This was that time. I'd just like to ask the committee members who are here with me to share a little changes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Congratulations to both our Apaches and our Fortune for reaching the final of the Division 1 50 over Sunday. Just want to say good luck to you guys. The best team being victorious. I always think that the team that make the least amount of mistakes will be victorious in the end. And what we ask for today is just discipline and sportsmanship from both teams. Discipline means respecting the umpires, respecting the opposition, and also respecting the own players. So again, good luck to both teams and the best team win.
Good afternoon, everyone. Congrats to the both teams. It was a great season in 2024. I know you all really hard to come to Maryland to the final. But then you know, I say, good luck to the both teams. Send what you wanted, we'll go ahead and get it. Because I didn't have fun, play safe, play discipline, attending the curve. Thank you, gentlemen. Just some rules. No one is allowed beyond the gates during the game or after the game. The locker rooms are only off limits to everyone except the players and the management of the respective teams. The washrooms are to the back of the wall. The cafeteria is there as well. And any questions or assistance that you need, we'll be happy to assist or to guide you as to where you can go anyone if necessary. Gentlemen, ladies, again, thank you for being here. The umpires for this afternoon are Mr. Fisher Williams and Mr. Ramsey Johansen. They will be in control of the game this afternoon. So they have a lot of experience, both teams, I'm sure. folks have a good afternoon. I'm sure that this weekend will be fantastic. And again, we play injury free and better to win. Thank you very much.
Well, good evening and welcome to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for the Southern Sports final encounter between La Fortune and all Apaches. First delivery just tapped towards that fielder in the offside. La Fortune would have won the toss earlier and elected to bowl first. Alvin Ram Logan opening the bowling with his left arm spin from the northern end, and there's an uppish chance that went over a slip there. He's gonna chase after it. Looks as if it's gonna run close to the boundary, but outfield doesn't quite take it all the way. So that's Nashvan Lochman, who's now off the mark. It's a steady start so far from La Fortune, electing to start with spin. Just one slip in place to begin with. And that's driven past, well, just towards that fielder and allows just one run. Brings Vinod Sue on strike. So two right-handers to open the batting for all Apaches. And not yet off the mark is Vinod Sue, as Alvin Ramlugan keeps him 2 dot balls to begin with and finishes off the over quite steadily. 3 runs from that first over. There's an appeal first ball, but umpire is unmoved. Looked pretty close, but not too much going for it. Might have just been impacting just outside. Ravindra Bukai into the attack from the southern end. There's another appeal. Looks as if it was a low full toss there from Bukai. That's a beauty of a delivery from Bukai. He's getting the ball to just dip in ever so slightly, and on that occasion beating Lachman's outside edge. Inside edge, correction. Of course, would make sense to beat the inside edge with an in-swinger, but still can beat the outside edge. Great start here from Bukai. And just a reminder in this tournament, you do have a new ball from either end, regardless of it being 30 overs. Another reminder of one of the regulations is that all new balls are free hits, so definitely wouldn't want to be straying over the line or over the shoulder, over the waist. And that one just uppishly guided into the leg side, just past that fielder. And they'll come back for 2. Even with that early movement, Bukai doesn't have any slip in place. Has 4 fielders on the offside, then 5 on the leg side. And he's come forward quite a bit before playing that shot and got a decent bit of timing on it, but still not good enough to get towards the boundary. 2 more. Just straying a bit too much is Bukai. Of course, if he is getting that inward movement, would want to start a bit closer outside the off stump. It seems to be going a bit too close to the wicket. One's again he's going up appealing for, but might have clipped something on the way down the leg side, or might have just been trying to mask that from going for a wide. So the appeal was successful in the manner of it wasn't called wide, so some sort of result there for Ravindra. And there's another appeal from Alvin Ramlugan, who's back into the attack from the northern end, but again the umpire doesn't seem to be budging early on here. Let's have another look at it, and clearly going down leg. And it's straight towards that fielder. This time he's gonna get himself off strike. And off the mark, 1 from 5 Vinod Su, and brings Lachman back on strike. And that's going up in the air. Fielder is going to watch that seal all the way for 6 because it's just going over the line. Fielder was running towards it there at mid-off, had quite a ways to go and was not able to get anywhere close to that because it was struck well enough to get over that line, which is significantly pulled in compared to when we see international matches here in the CPL recently. So wouldn't have gone to the fielder had it not gone over the line, but certainly would have resulted in a 4 had the boundary lineman pushed back all the way. Logan in again, and he's gonna try to sweep him there, but just going down the leg side and didn't seem to get anything on it because it signaled wide. And he's going up again, hitting straight, and looks as if he's gonna get the same result. 6 more for Nashvan Lachman, and he continues to gain reward from hitting the ball nice and straight. And this time getting much more distance. 21 without loss, and this over has really injected some momentum into the All Apache innings. 2 sixes, wide as well. He's just gonna defend that one to finish off the over. Still 21 without loss after 3. Quite a lot of height on Sue. Pitch. The stumps look quite short in comparison. Not quite yet to get his innings off to the same sort of height that he possesses. And again, that's a wonderful delivery from Bukai, just slightly leaving him this time. So great display of movement being shown from Bukai. And a better line to start off this over as well. Just tempting Sue to come outside the off stump and go fishing. Again, just nervously, that one is chance of a run out, but not able to get it back towards the keeper in time. Just halfway played that shot straight towards the fielder. Really had no business running, but just not the best throw, and the keeper wasn't in the best position to pick it up either. That's too wide. Signaled wide by the umpire. And this time it's wide down the leg side, so overcorrection and overdoing it. Has to get his line right on this occasion. Wide too far outside the off stump, and now down the leg side. Would want to get it right there, about 4th, 5th stump line. Does have that potential to move the ball around, still quite a new ball. And this time it's driven quite nicely, and it's gonna be the first 4 of the innings after we've already seen 2 sixes. So Vinod Siu has his boundary account open now. That was just too full and driven with authority. Not gonna let that bad ball go away. This time, clip straight towards that fielder, and some nervous running going on here in this over, as they are gonna run 2 overthrows, so not the greatest bit of fielding on that occasion at all. Really just had to get the ball back to the bowler, but overcomplicated things and just letting the runs flow a bit too much, La Fortune. Well, Apaches put the pressure on in the last over, and things seem to be just a bit nervous out there for the fielders. Still a lot of time left, so a lot of time to make that right. And that's just hit straight towards that fielder, who picks it up coming up round from long on. Good delivery there from Bukai. Just adjusting his field for the final delivery of his over. And that was again gonna be a wide, but Lachman got back to ball somehow and was able to sneak out a single and retain the strike after 4 overs. It's 31 without loss. About to begin the 5th over of the innings. Alvin Ramlugan into his 3rd over. And that's hit nicely there from Lachman. It's gonna just bounce once before crossing over the boundary line. It's 4 more for him. He continues in style here. Great bit of opening the innings here. 24 from 16 so far, and Not wasting any time. Took a bit of time to get into the swing of things, but now he seems to be in full flow. Deep fielders at deep mid wicket and long off. Still in that power play timing, so can only have those two fielders out. And that's gone up again towards that long off fielder, but still not able to get to it. It was quite a distance away from him, quite a bit of distance he had to cover. And it brings Vinod Su on strike. It's been the relatively quiet partner of this partnership. Just offers up a forward defense to that. And that's a good delivery there from Logan. Nice line and length outside the off stump, just tempting Su and beating him. And hits straight back to the bowler. Only 5 runs in that over, so a better reply from Ramlugan after going for quite a few in the last over that he bowled. Still in that power play phase. That deep mid wicket is still in place. Long off has shifted to long on now. And just tap down to that long on fielder. Put in place to limit that to just 1. Healthy ring of fielders in the offside. Just at backward point, cover and mid-off. Just gonna have to time it well to get past them. Another brilliant delivery from Bukai, just cramping Vinod Su for room there. 8 from 14 so far. Has taken his time and would want to accelerate things, but things are looking quite good for all Apaches, with Lachman doing his business at the other end. And that's too wide down the leg side again. Has been a recurring trend for Bukai with those wides. But yet again, a good response following up the wide delivery. Continuing to keep things quiet while Lachman is off strike. coming forward and driving that beautifully. He's gonna get 4 more runs. As Vinod Siu seems to be dealing in 4s so far, while Lachman has been dealing in 6s from the other end. Came forward nicely, got towards the pitch of the ball and pretty much made that into a half volley for him to just delicately time through that cover region. And certainly would want to get the noise levels up here from supporting crowd as well as the band that would have showed up here. And this time straight and away from any fielder. It's going to race away for 4 more from Vinod Siu, who's definitely found the pace of this pitch and is putting those deliveries that he would have faced earlier to good use as he converts them to runs now. And that was as straight as you get. The umpire had to get himself out of the way just to ensure that he wasn't hit by that. And a brilliant Yorker to finish off that 6th over from Bukai. It's been a sort of varied affair from him. All or nothing really, 4 wide or dot.
Tim, score has been run to 46 without loss, 46 without loss after 6 overs.
So Alvin Ramlugan does continue from this northern broadcast end. Into his 4th over. Interesting so far that they've continued with the same 2 bowlers. And this time that's just uppishly into the offside. No fielder was placed exactly where that was hit, but it's gonna get 1 run. That power play phase is now over as 3 fielders are now outside. And there's another appeal, but no reward yet for any of the bowlers. Have that deep field out, long off, long on, and deep mid wicket now. And seems to be a deep-ish field out cover, not all the way back. Just nudging that forward. Quick run, just snuck. Fielder wasn't quite on it to challenge a run-out chance, but good running shown by these 2 as well, in addition to the boundary hitting. And that's hit very nicely through that gap, and it's going to run away for 4. fielder was chasing after it, thought he had a chance, but was nicely timed in that gap between cover and long off. Those two fielders, well, cover never stood a chance there, but long off had to run across quite a ways to eventually field that ball from having already crossed over the boundary. He's going to elect to keep strike Lutchman. And there's another overthrow. Just a bit of sloppiness in the field for the second time.
Douglas, 54 Douglas.
Captain Javed Mohammed wants to have his say now. It's into the attack from the southern end. A good start, good line and length. Again, he's found a good line and length to begin his spell. Of course, it's a good start from the batsman as well, Sue. Just looking to see what Mohammed's doing with the ball before he tries anything as far as acceleration goes. Again, a great delivery. Just getting a bit antsy as Sue. He wants to rotate the strike and continue with the momentum that they've had since beginning this innings. Unable to field off his own bowling there, would have been coming back at him at quite a pace. This runs off of his figures, brings Lutchman back on strike. Five fielders outside the circle now. And that one's just skidded through. Seems to have beaten everyone, and that fielder there, number 54, Melville Garcia, having to clean up after it went past the keeper. Really does seem to put in quite a lot of effort into his bowling, does Javed Mohammed. Does bustle through, quite skiddy in nature. Does seem to be working up a good bit of pace. It's just guided away to that third man fielder for one more run to finish off the 8th over, 56 without loss. Exactly 7 runs per over.
Eight overs have been completed. Score is now 56 after 8 overs.
Alvin Lugan continues. And that's hit straight over his head towards that fielder long off. Just one. Still keeping a slightly more attacking field as the spinner. So with Javed in previous over they had 5 outside the circle, now just 4. Again, that's driven, but no real effort towards that same fielder at long off. Just looking to keep the runs flowing, whether it's by singles or boundaries. And that's hit straight towards the stumps. Not able to get a hand on it, so no run out. Just a bit of light flashing there. So they do have the zing bails or lighted bails in effect. Not sure if it's the exact zing bails or if it's some sort of replica. Second-hand zings. Just pondering whether to run on that occasion. They have been running for every ball so far this over, but that short two-man fielder just ensuring that keeps them down to a dot ball. See, Javed Mohammed is coming to a short, very short long off, and that's timed beautifully towards that deep cover fielder. Just one more, so rhythm of the game now coming to that point where fielders sort of disperse and you have quite as many boundaries, but you're able to find those gaps and rotate towards those deep fielders. And that's going up. Not timed all that well at all. Fielder comes in, had a lot of running to do and got towards it, but didn't get his hands towards it as he might have liked. Run away for 4 runs for Lachman, who continues to get reward for his attacking play. Just taking another look there. He got exactly where he needed to be, but wasn't able to get his hands in the position to take that catch successfully. Lachman blazing away at 148 strike rate. It's now 64 without loss after 9 overs. Javed Mohammed continues. Sue to take strike, and he's timed that nicely. Down to that third man boundary for 4 runs. Great bit of timing as he dissected that field with precision. Let's have another look at it. High back lift and got it down in precise time to get past that fielder and go all the way for 4 runs. So good start to the 10th over. 68 without loss now. Things are really starting to heat up for all Apaches. A run rate of 7.4. And still all remaining batsmen in the shed, ready to bat whenever any wicket might fall. Good response. Not able to make much of that delivery. And that's pulled towards that fielder at deep mid-wicket. Just 1. Brings Lachman back on strike, who's on 40 from 27. It's been a really good inning so far from him. Just seemed to be a bit of a slower delivery there. Lachman had to readjust at the last minute. But gets himself 1 run, no damage done. Driven again from Vinod Sue as that deep cover fielder is able to keep that to 1. Final delivery of the 10th over coming up. Just defended away for 1 more run, so continued strike rotation excellence from these two. 72 for none after 10 at an exact run rate of 7.2.
Score is now 72 without loss after 10.
So Karan Ramkisoon now into the attack after the first 10.
The new bowler is Kiran Soon.
Good start. Seems to be some leg spin, so always entertaining to watch these leg spin bowlers. And this time is an appeal for a caught behind. It seems to be out. Let's have another look at it here. Just getting a bit closer to him on that occasion and fending it through to the keeper. Just that slight bit of turn is all you need to get those wickets, and just like that, Lachman is dismissed in a quite soft manner. Azruddin Mohammed now strides out to join Vinod Sue. And a lovely delivery to greet Azruddin. No loosener to greet him. He's right in the thick of things as soon as he's out there. Encouragement for Ramki Suna's slip is given to him as well. Just a bit too wide now, and allows Mohammed to rock back and get off the mark. Next time Sue has to face up to him, and again just does seem to have this tendency to come down the track. Doesn't like to stay in his crease. Quite tall man, as we would have talked about earlier. And pretty much Yorker delivery there from Ramkisoon, and Sue just tapped that away. It's quite lucky, didn't end up going back on the stump. 73 for 1 after 11s. Just 1 run and 1 wicket from that over.
Score 73 for 1, 73 for 1 after 11.
Javed continues towards Azruddin, a battle of the Mohammeds. And Javed just flinching first with that, going down leg side right away. Of course, all Apaches would be quite pleased with this start, especially after having been put into bat. Good response to officially open the over after that wide. Again down the leg side, but this time must have gotten a bit of pad on it. Wicket does come at a decent time for La Fortune, although we did have that start from Lachman. Didn't quite get past 50. It was just a start at the end of it. Sue has been there since the beginning as well, but hasn't quite gotten into full flow as yet. So it does allow La Fortune to apply a bit more pressure. Round the wicket now from Javed Mohammed. Wants to try something new to Sue. And only thing he's going to be greeted with is a straight shot way past him for 4 more runs. As straight as you get, really. Just right into his hitting arc, although he tried to avoid it. Continues with the round the wicket angle. Better on this occasion. Bit of a mix up in the field there, but just gonna keep it down to 1. Azruddin is gonna be on strike for the final delivery of the 12th over. Straight back to him. Finishes it off with a dot. 80 for 1.
Again, score has been brought to 80 for 1 after 12 overs.
That's nicely cut away, straight to the fielder though. One thing you can't fault Sue for is at least giving it his all. Mightn't be timing it the best, but he's certainly giving as much power as he can. He's certainly eager to run on every occasion, as he continues to do. It's 1 more. And that's going towards that fielder who takes it quite easily. Jamal, number 15. It's going to be Jamal Muhammad who takes that catch. And this delivery was a much better delivery. Just saw it drifted in just a bit and continued to turn as it does for leg spinner. And it's just a bit too close to play that shot. Didn't time it all that well. And it's the end of Vinod Sue. He's going to have to go for 32.
Score is now 81 for 2. 81 for 2. Apologies, 82 for 2.
Varun Samaru now joins Azruddin Mohammed at the crease. Quite a timely wicket, as we see some of those crowds who've shown up to witness this final encounter. Sure there'd be a lot of family and friends there as well. It's a timely wicket here for La Fortune, as Azruddin has not quite established himself at the crease as yet. And Varun is fresh batsman at the crease. It's a left-hand, right-hand combination though, so that's a new challenge that La Fortune is going to have to navigate. Good start. Left-hander just adjusted his line as if was bowling to a left-hander his entire innings. Ramkisoon. Just a bit too wide there. It's called no ball by the umpire. So that is going to be a free hit for Mohammed.
We have a free hit. This is the first free hit of the innings. Let's see what Gary must say.
It certainly comes at a good time for Mohammed. He's been there for 7 deliveries. Not yet hit a boundary and is given this opportunity here. Hit towards the bowler who was acrobatically at it, but allowed for 1 run as it went down to long off.
Well done.
One more delivery for Samaru to negotiate off Ramkisoon. That's a wonderful way to end off that second over. 2 for 6 his figures stand at now. Brilliant so far from Kiran Ramkisoon. It's 85 for 2 in the grand scheme of things for all Apaches after 13. Ground staff haven't had much to do so far. Just enjoying the activities on display. Now it is 4th over is captain Javed Mohammed. Continues around the wicket to Azruddin, and that one just sort of died on him. On its way to the keeper and on its way to the batsman. A bit of power from Azruddin. It's going to allow 1 run as the fielder just doesn't clean it up quite as effectively. Does look as he's going to continue with the round the wicket ploy to the left-handed batsman. Samaru's yet to face Javed Mohammed. As two young men just run across the sight screen. It's a slight pause. He's ready now. And that's clipped away nicely. Good way to open your account towards a certain bowler. Hadn't faced him yet, so just looking to see what was coming his way.
Today's man of the match will be External Trophy as well as $500 in cash. Man of the match today, trophy plus $500 in cash.
Leg by, not able to get bat on it. There was Varun. Taking 9 for 2 after 14 overs.
It's 89 for 2 after 14 overs.
And there's a chance there, went up in the air for a while, but fielder running in, wasn't able to make enough distance to get towards it. Varun Samaru only gains 1 off of that. That's driven again from Azruddin. Seems to really like playing that drive. He's going to get himself 2 on this occasion. Seem to have been driving at everything so far. And he's driven it again. This time through that infielder. But only 1. He just needs to focus a bit more on the timing of the drive rather than the power. Seems to be putting in all of his effort. And that's going up again, similar to that previous one, but this time the fielder is right in place to take that catch, and it's a brilliant one taken out there at square leg. This time he's just brought outside the off stump. Was a bit too wide to be playing that shot. Of course it was with the turn, but just not getting enough on it. Brilliant bit of bowling continues here from Ram Kisoon. As he takes his 3rd wicket. He's been the only one to take any wickets so far. Samaru's gonna have to go back early here. Only 3 he was able to make. Again, that was just a bit too wide with that angle and out of his hitting arc. Looking to target and continue from that great start they had, but those 3 wickets falling quite quickly, and Ram Kisoon has changed the sort of momentum of what we've seen here so far. It does look like they're about to take a drinks break here, so we're at that halfway mark, so we'll take a short break. We're back after the drinks break, and it's here on Ramki soon to continue that over that he didn't complete as yet. And that's gonna be 4 right away. What a way to get off the mark for Jason Jairam. 4 runs. It's going to be 4 from 2 for Jairam, who wasn't quite able to play the shot he intended to. So at the halfway point, it's 97 for 3. So Stephen Ibrahim is into the attack from the southern end. And that's cut away down to third man for 1. Jairam using the wooden bales just at the side of the stumps there. Don't see it from every batsman nowadays. And of course, given the zing bales that they are using, must have those wooden bales on the side for those batsmen who opt to mark their guard in that manner. Just 1. There's 2 deep fielders out at deep third man and deep backward point, relatively quite close, so seems to have a plan for both these batsmen who seem to quite like the cut shot. Of course, Azruddin also favouring that drive. Does seem to favour the offside generally, does Azruddin. See, drives again, and it's going to go away for 4 runs, so this time successful in his mission to drive. This time he plays the shot with much better intent. Always looks better when it does come off. And that fielder that we just talked about, that's at deep backward point, now goes at deep cover. And Azruddin this time plays probably his first shot on the leg side. So slightly in-dipping Yorker length delivery from Ibrahim forcing Mohammed to just react it. This time he's gonna just nudge that one down for 1 run. And that is some good proactive batting as well. He's noticed that they have sort of strengthened that offside field. There were only 3 fielders on the leg side up to that previous delivery, so looking to just nudge a single into the onside when they allow them more room. Wanting to sneak a run there is Jairam, but really no run available. It's 104 for 3 now. Well, the keeper just seems to be having a bit of fun or a bit of difficulty with the bails. All seems good now. Ramki soon continues his magnificent spell thus far. It's another no ball. So it's going to be a free hit for Jairam.
That's the second free hit for the so far.
Drop short, and he's going to have to re-bowl that free hit.
So we are still on that free hit. Let's see what Jairam can do with this ball.
And that's hit with authority, but straight towards that fielder, who did well to get there. So he's just going to limit them to 2. Haven't been able to capitalize fully upon any of those free hits as yet. First one went for just 1, and this time able to double that towards 2. Just nudged away, guided away nicely. Just past the fielder. Bit of a slip and slide there. And that's nicely timed past that fielder. One is up. Nelson. Jairam hits a full toss towards him, but only able to gain another single from it. A bit too wide. Good end to the over from Kiran Ramkisoon. 3 for 23 is figures after 4 overs. Ibrahim to continue. And that's just going to be one more for Jairam. Nicely placed into the leg side. Cut away from Azruddin, but fielder does well. Not well enough though. That's timed away, but again straight to the fielder. They do seem to be finding the fielders quite regularly. That's hit straight, but it is gonna be 4 as a bit of a misfield there on the boundary. They have hit that straight quite nicely so far throughout the night. I can think of a few occasions where the umpire just had to watch himself as the ball sailed past him. Azruddin again, down to that long off fielder who runs around to pick it up. He'll just leisurely take 2 runs. Although those wickets have fallen in sort of a cluster, really. This partnership now 29 from 20. They haven't really allowed it to phase them. Of course, when you have 30 overs and you get off to such a great start, you can't afford for a big slowdown when you lose those wickets, even in a cluster. It's going to be one more to Azruddin to complete the 18th over. It's 123 for 3.
Score is now 123 to 3. 123 to 3 after 18 overs.
Quite predictably, Ramki soon continues. The best bowler on display so far, and they do need wickets. He's gonna push for 2. Gets there easily. Mohammed, after starting off quite slowly, has brought his strike rate up to exactly 100, so just continuing to gain some momentum. Has looked to diversify his stroke play as well. Came out looking as if he wanted to drive all the way to Port of Spain, but now seems to be widening his range of shots. And a brilliant delivery from Ramkisoon. That's one close to that fielder, but did well enough as far as how he timed that to get it just to the left of him. Fielder thought he was in with a chance for a split second, but had to just adjust himself to clean up that ball instead, ensure that no misfield allowed for no extra run. This time, that's nicely played for 4 runs. Sort of a sweep pull sort of shot. Bit of a half sweep, half pull, and it's just too short. Allowed him to play that easily and get himself the reward of 4 runs. Jairam, who hasn't had too much of the strike since coming out there, has continued to go along in his aggressive manner. And this time it's just gonna be one. Bit of a misfield, so it's gonna be two. 132 for 3 after 19.
Scores in front of 132-3, 132-3 after 19 minutes.
So a change of bowler, change of angle, change of challenge for the batsman. Umpire stands a bit further back as Brandon Wong Wai comes round the wicket, but sort of through the wicket, I guess you could call it. In front of the umpire and round the wicket. Two runs to open his spell so far. Just going back and nudging that one towards cover. Just feeling out what he's gonna do with each delivery, how the pitch is gonna react to his style of bowling. And he's seen enough, wanted to go with a bit more power there, but fielder is in his way. This goes back again, gets another single. Throughout the innings, well, was almost another overthrow. Would have been the third time so far for the innings. Luckily, no overthrow. The final delivery of the over, Jairam to face up. That's a brilliant Yorker there. Seemed a bit quicker as well, so really surprising Jairam. On that occasion, 137 with 3 after 20 overs. We're 2/3 of the way through the innings now. Ramki soon to continue, and that one's going straight up. Keeper runs across desperately, but unable to get all the way there. He got there, but wasn't quite able to get his hands towards the catch. Would have been spectacular had he taken it. Just going straight up, and right away he was after it, was hunting it as if his life depended on it, but was not able to get there. And that's hit hard from Jairam, not at all perturbed from the previous delivery where we saw he applies full power and gets reward for it. It's gone all the way for 6. The fielder had to almost do a somersault after reaching up towards it to grab it. But it went straight over his head, flew over him, and he just felt the breeze as it passed by. 51. The partnership between these two. They've gone about it at quite a pace, 51 from 35. Jairam with exactly 25. It's been quite an even partnership when you do look at it as well. It's called wide, bit of a marginal call. Cut away from Jairam, down to that sweeper cover. And they rush through for 2 more. That's just sort of guided. He's gonna go away for 4 runs, so a good bit of timing from Jason Jairam. It's that sort of just guided shot where you use that angle of where the ball is heading and just guide it towards its destination. And that's short, that's a no ball, and that's 6 as well. Things are falling apart at the end of Ramkisoon's spell here. Seems to be trying a lot more than he really needs to be trying. And that's quite disastrous there, just dropping that one short. No ball and 6 just a boot as well. Three for 53 after these 6 overs to be completed. One more delivery to go. It's going to be a free hit as well. "21 off the over so far and make that 22 off the over so far. Jairam's applied some brutal pressure here towards Ramkisoon and he's really feeling the heat out there. This time it's hit straight over his head and just gonna be 2. Fielder wasn't quite on his toes to keep that down to 1. So 160 now after 21 overs. And only 3 wickets having fallen. Well, that just went through him, trying to sweep that delivery. Got low, but the delivery kept even lower. And just delicately played that one. Jairam's been there for much less time than Azruddin, but he's already gone past him as far as scoring goes. Azruddin seems content to just bat out the rest of the innings now. He's found a capable partner and he seemed to have calmed down just a bit. that's going to go past that fielder and is going to run away for 4 more runs. Jairam is really putting his foot down here against this bowling. That one was just a bit too wide outside the off stump and allowed him to just free his hands. This time skidded it through a bit quicker. Jairam missing it. And that's a lovely shot, but hits straight towards that fielder who puts it down eventually. He'll just take 1. Went towards him, but not able to put his best foot forward. $166 for 3. 1 ball remains in the 22nd over. And that's cut away. It's just going to be 1. Alvin Ramlugan to finish off his spell after bowling the first 5 overs of it in succession. Jairam just seems to be tiring a bit, was on his haunches in between overs. Thankfully for him, he's at the non-striker's end, so bit of extra time to recover. Ramlugan comes in now to Mohammed and trying to sweep that, and had it been a bit more on target, might have bowled him. But not quite reading what that delivery was doing. Again trying to sweep. No business sweeping when the ball is that far outside off stump. That's nicely hit past bowler down to long on. Mohammed continues to give the strike back to Jairam, which I think is a good thing. Jairam does seem to be more aggressive and in more form. That's going up. It's going up quite a distance. And two fielders converge. Falls right in between both of them. Didn't seem to make up their mind on who was going to go for it. And at the end, they just watched it fall right in front of them. Here we look again. It was quite straight, going down the middle of long off and long on, and fell right between them both. Really no other way for Jairam to go about it. Seems set on going at every delivery. This time just clipped down from Azruddin for one more. Current partnership up to 77 now. And they've brought the run rate back up over 7 as well. Dipped below for a short period in between 10 and 20 overs, but now they've gone back up, and that looks quite close, honestly. But the umpire doesn't seem interested at all. Was shaping up to reverse sweep, but didn't get any contact on the ball. May have been some bat involved as well, may have influenced the eventual decision. That one raced through, but raced through wide of the pitch. Turned around, but straight to the fielder. This time too wide on the offside. Seems a bit familiar. May have seen that earlier. But this time he repeats the dose. Needs to line up a bit better. Probably wants to just hide it outside the off stump, but just has to line it up a bit better. Azruddin again just effortlessly gives the strike back to Jairam. 6 runs off the over so far. 3 in wides, 3 in runs. 2 deliveries remain. And that's a no ball, is it? It's a wide. It's someone yell out no ball. Must have been a fan of all Apaches. Completely yoked him. And this time that's a drag down, but that's dragged straight to that fielder who has dropped it. Can't quite believe what I've seen here. The set man Jairam, who has been causing them all the pressure. They built up some pressure on him here, and that surprise bouncer delivery has gone straight towards the fielder who had it in his hands, but seems as if he just didn't want it in his hands anymore. .178 for still 3 after 24. Javed Mohammed switches around now, starts around the wicket from the northern end. Bowled his previous 4 overs, 20 runs and wicketless from the southern end. Switch from over to around the wicket somewhere in the middle of that spell, and looks to be continuing with the round the wicket angle. And that's hit towards that fielder at deep mid-wicket. Jairam, for no lack of trying, has wanted to get that 50 about 5 deliveries ago. Went with each shot that he played since then with full power, but it's gone straight to the fielders on each occasion. One of those occasions, the fielder just put it down. And he's bowled. Azruddin Mohammed has to go to the 8 from 45 on a brilliant delivery from Javed Mohammed, who persisted with that around the wicket line and eventually ends up with his reward now. He's coming in and landed it on a length. Pretty much went straight on, but Mohammed missed it. And his stumps were dismantled, and we saw those red lights flash up. 179 for 4. Partnership of 89 runs broken by Javed Mohammed, and Anil Sami now joins Jason Jairam, who's on 48, with no doubt want to get over that 50 as soon as he could and push that score as high as he can. Just clipped away with ease from Anil Sami to get off the mark. It's a bit too straight from Javed Mohammed and certainly a bit too full. Again, trying as hard as he can, Jairam. Just going to be one as he slowly marches towards that 50. Sami, who it's gonna be that 50 for Jason Jairam. Played a wonderful innings here. 4 4s and 2 6s, a strike rate of 161. Started off in really aggressive fashion, and as the bowling became a bit tougher towards approaching that 50, he still ensured that he stayed there for his team. Joined by a new batsman. There's 5 overs remaining for him to just have a bit of fun now. coming forward, and looks as if he's stumped now. The keeper celebrating as well as Brandon Wong-Wai, who's been wicketless so far, but this time is getting his reward. It's really difficult angle to deal with at times. Hard to premeditate that movement down the wicket. And eventually has to end up being stumped here. Really did have to go for it. 4 overs remaining after this, and need to get as much runs as you can. Daniel Hussein now joins Jason Jairam. Hussein goes at that right away. 4 runs to open his innings. Doesn't waste any time coming to the crease. And he puts Brandon Wong-Wai under pressure right away. Was right into his wheelhouse. Just a full delivery that was easy to put away for 4 runs. Just gonna rush through for a single. Two more deliveries in this over for Jairam to put away. We'd want to dispatch each and every one of those. And that's another surprise bouncer from Brandon. So it's just going to be one more. And that's again going to just be 1 run. Went at it with quite a bit of energy, but didn't quite time it. 191 for 5 after 26. coming forward, but completely missing that ball. Been a good second spell so far from Javed Mohammed into his second over of this second spell. 1 for 6 so far. A brilliant Yorker, can only nudge that out for 1. Again, just air between bat and ball. Good work from the captain, Javed Mohammed here. Coming back on towards the end of the innings to ensure that things go how he would want it to. Taking up the job himself. Again, a slower delivery now. He's ensuring that he doesn't become predictable in what he's bowling here.
So 165, 165 after 27 overs.
That's going up, going straight towards that fielder. Just bounces right before it gets to him. Jairam seems a bit tired at this moment. A few of us saw him down on his haunches. Does take a bit of extra time in between overs just to gather himself, and every time he's looked to hit the ball, he's not gotten quite as much timing or power on it. Some signs that he might just be tiring a bit. May not be particularly sunny out there, but does remain hot deep into the evening around this time of year, and always humid. Jairam again just looking to wind up and not getting as much on it as he would like to. Hussein has been in the shed for a while, would have a lot more energy. Want to get away a few boundaries before he has to go back. But Brandon is keeping it quite tight here. See the remaining batsmen just waiting in case a wicket falls. And again, unable to make contact with the ball. It's getting a bit angered here as Jairam just threw his bat down, taking off his helmet and his gloves here. Ibrahim switches around and pulls his second spell now from the northern end. Well, second spell of 1 over, it's gonna be 1 over for him. And that's going up. Daniel Lucina's going quite high and right over the fielder down there at number 1. Going all the way for 6, and he's gotten his boundaries. He's gotten his boundary account open now. Over 200, all Apaches would psychologically feel as if they have a bit more than they actually do. And that's going to go close to the boundary, and it is going to get towards the boundary. A bit of French cricket now from Daniel Hussein. That one just going straight through him really, and past the keeper. Had no chance at all the way he played that. He might say he played that purposefully, but certainly you know from up here that he didn't. Yorker Yorker delivery, but again it's gonna run past that same fielder for 4 more runs. Daniel Hussein is toying with them now. First delivery was power, but second and third, well, really a bit of luck as well. Number 14, Ram Logan would not be the quickest after that as well, having already bowled 6 overs in the day. He would not want to be chasing after those in that manner. Well, he's all the way down at the boundary now. So if it does come that direction, he doesn't have to chase, he'll be right in place. And well, it's going to be bowled. Daniel Hussein, 4th time, not lucky. Ibrahim now has his first wicket of the innings and gets that reward from continuing to go straight, because previous 2 deliveries were still good deliveries. First one, bit of a more length delivery, but got lucky did Hussein, and delivery right after that was pretty much a Yorker delivery that just was angled in a way that took it towards the boundary after it made impact. Now Captain Chris Geomansing comes to the crease. Well, Visham Ramroop is the new batsman wearing Chris Geomansing's number. For 32, Brandon Wongwai's figures, he'll finish out, pull out his full quota. Last over, it's all or nothing here for Jason Jairam. He's been there for a good portion of the innings, about half of the innings, and would want to make the most of these final few deliveries, and he is gonna go into that gap and get 4. First boundary for him in quite some time. He knows that time is limited now, and 4 deliveries remaining after this, and says we greet that with 4 runs. Saw that there was a gap in that area and he made full use of it. And again, this time a bit squarer towards our deep mid-wicket fielder, and a bit of a mix-up in the middle. That was the keeper who ran down, and the end of it, just 1 run. Ramrup still quite new to the crease, 2 from 2. It's gonna have to just go hell for leather now. And he does go straight to that fielder. Goes straight to Ibrahim, who takes that catch with ease. Just taking him a bit wider, and was looking to just have a hoik, and second time lucky for Ibrahim, able to take that catch on the parry. Well, there's an appeal there, but just run through for 1 more. So Jairam has strike for the final delivery of the innings. This time he's going to bowl over the wicket and bowl a surprise bouncer that goes all the way for 6. Jairam ends on 6 and ends on 66 as the All Apaches finish on 228 for 7, which is quite a good score after batting 30 overs. Notable knocks from both Jairam as well as Lachman, but a good batting card so far from all batsmen, bringing up a good score in 30 overs. Will take some getting from La Fortune, and we'll join you for that second innings reply in just a bit. Back for the second half of this Southern Sports Premier League Division 1 final. Chris Geomansing to open up from the northern end, and good start, a bit of movement away. Brandon Wongwai opening the batting as he just closed off the bowling. And he's back for round 2 in batting territory. Non-strikers, and we have Ronnie Sujatan. Target 229. Uphill task ahead of the La Fortune team, and even an appeal is going to go against the bowling team here. Decent shout, but might have been impacting outside. Again, a good bit of shape, but nicely shaped into the onside to open up the account. And Sujatan, the right-handed batsman, so left-hand, right-hand partnership to contend with for Geomansing. Would have to readjust his line. Good adjustment of his line there, keeping it nicely outside the off stump. Won't get too much movement back in from that wide, but good start just to keep things at bay. Like to see that slip in place as well. Five fielders on the offside, 4 on the onside. And that's a better appeal, but still not a movement from the umpire. Right there, quite straight. May have just been bouncing over. Nothing wrong with the line of it at all. Fans certainly readying themselves up for the second half. Quite a bit of cricket ahead. 228 more runs to be gotten by the batting team La Fortune. Daniel Hussein will open up from the southern end. Wanted the single, but wasn't quite there. And that's too wide. repeat of the previous delivery for the umpire, having the signal that wide again. And he's gonna tap that away for one more. Brings Sujatan back on strike. Still yet to get off the mark. Well, that was aptly described, I must say. Waited all that time just to get dismissed. Has to go back, and I think it's appropriate. Edging at that one from Daniel Hussein, who had to correct his line a few times in that over, and eventually getting the reward of Sujatan's outside edge, which went towards that slip fielder. Always appropriate to have those slip fielders placed there early on. This wicket down with only 4 runs on the board. Only into the second over. Miguel Hiraman, wicket-keeper batsman, now strides out to join Brandon Wong Wai. No, brilliant spell here from Daniel Hussein so far. Batsman can't quite seem to grab a hold of this bowling as yet. Seems to be bowling that's taken precedence so far in this second innings. And again, brilliant line and length. Forcing that slip cordon. Very wide second slip. Almost fourth slip, really. And dot to finish off. Just 3 runs coming from that over, and the opening wicket. 4 for 1 after 2. Juman Singh continues and brings Hiroman back on strike. Wongwai has been quite proactive with the strike rotation so far. Hiroman yet to get off the mark. Just one slip in place for Juman Singh. Captain would want to have his say on things. So we saw in the first innings from Javed Mohammed, Captain Juman Singh, also into the bowling. And so far he's been quite accurate from this northern end, while his choice of bowler for the other end has already reaped reward. This time a bit fuller, looking for some swing, and it's just gonna allow Hiroman to get off the mark now. And just cut away down for one more for Brandon. Continuing to be steady. Hasn't moved from that length as Juman Singh. And that's a brilliant delivery there. Thought he had his man, the Juman Singh, but hands on his head as umpire has not given that in his favor. 7 for 1 after 3. And he's bowled him. Brandon Wongwai has to go. Daniel Hussein, second wicket in his second over. And 6 for 2 now. Things are starting to look really good here for the All Apache. La Fortune are not off to a great start here at all. And from that over the wicket line, he just goes straight through him, really. And he's gonna have to go back early. Daniel Hussein is absolutely pumped, and so would his captain be. Chris Geomansing, his bowling partner from the other end. But Javed Mohammed, captain of La Fortune, is now gonna stride out to put his best foot forward. Captain is out there, ready to face up to his first delivery, and off the mark right away. Interestingly, he's batting without a helmet. Must say that if that is the case, then Hussein must not be bowling all that quick. But regardless of that, he's been accurate and he's moved it around and he's not given anything away. And just nervously trying to run away, his hero man. Javed sent him back as soon as he saw where that ball went. Did not want a run-out dismissal after those first 2 wickets. And this time he's going off over the offside, straight towards that deep cover fielder. Not too in control of that shot, but was grounded in the right area. Trying to just top that past that point fielder, but he's not going to give that run away. And just coming forward to push that one. And ends with another run. 9 for 2 now after 4. Run rate has gone up to 8.5 now, 8.46 to be exact. Geomancing into his third over of this opening burst. Javed retained strike after a previous over, so he's going to face up right away. He's appealing for that, but clearly that would have pitched outside. Good delivery again. Geomancing just looked a bit antsy there. Thought the ball was coming back towards him. Just adjusting his field, brought in that deep square leg and sent out that mid off to long off, mid on to long on. Same result, dot ball. So really cramping up Hiraman at the beginning here. Only 2 from 10, and it's been some skillful bowling here from Geomancing. Again, that would have easily pitched outside. So, appeal not agreed with by the umpire. 5 overs now gone, and the score is 10 for 2. There you see, clearly would have been outside the line of leg.
Apaches after 5 overs was 36 without loss.
The scene continues. And that's just driven towards that deep cover fielder. Not one other fielder moved as they ran through for one. just held his hand out, but unable to stop that going past, and it's a run out. It's an absolute run out, not a chance. It's an absolute run out as they scampered back for a second run, but it wasn't there. 3 down early on here, 11 on the board, only into the 6th over. And just as we see here again, that fielder came around in quick time, and the second run was not on, as that fielder as well also actually, number 20. As you see there, Javed had to run around him. Not sure what the rules are here, but in international cricket that might have been considered obstruction of the field. Had to completely avoid him as he was in his running part, but nonetheless, he's already started his walk back, so that is run out. Justin Balak now joins Miguel Hiraman, who's also been struggling at the crease quite a bit. And conversations ongoing between Balak and Captain Mohammed. Miguel Hiraman is still on strike. Two from 13, so we're seeing as the ball on a string, and Hiraman is yet to quite figure out what he's doing. Again, another dot ball. And it is a tough way forward for Hiraman as well, because with those 3 wickets having already fallen inside the power play, it's a bit of whether he goes hard at it or whether he looks to just bat through. Of course, new batsman at the other end. And that's cut away towards that fielder down at deep cover again. Brings him along to 3. for none for 4 after 3 overs, kept things really tight. It's gonna nudge away for 1. Brings Justin Balak on strike. Pitching it up a bit more this time, looking for that Yorker. Again, just looking to defend that through the offside to pick up a single, and allows Justin Balak to get off the mark now. Run rate's now shot up to 9.1. Started off around 7.5. That's a Yorker delivery, a brilliant delivery, and it's gonna go past everyone for 4. You have to count Geomancing unlucky on that occasion. Went as close to the stumps as they really could have. One more delivery remaining in the over. Maybe one more to end that 7th over, 19 for 3 now. There's one bowler, next bowler. It's one run there for Hiraman. It's been quite a struggle for him so far. 6 from 21. In a 30 over game, you can ill afford that unless you absolutely convert those initial dot balls to runs later on. And that's another wicket for Daniel Hussain. He's on a roll here. Third wicket for him. 3 for 9, 4 for 20 here for La Fortune. They're absolutely under the pump and things are looking down for them. But Daniel Hussain, things are looking completely up for him. And the celebrations are all up now. There certainly must be fans of all Apache. Hussain comes into new batsman Jamal Mohammed, who just cuts that one away for one. They had 3 slips in place for that delivery. 3 slips to signify those 3 wickets that Daniel Hussain has already gotten for himself. Cutting that one away again, and the attacking field set has not worked here for Daniel Hussain. Bit of extra room in that offside, and Hiraman, who's the set batsman comparatively, takes full advantage of that. That one just dying a bit on its way to the keeper. Well, it's given wide. So he's going to have to load up and bowl that again. Finishes it off with a dot. 26 for 4 now after 8.
Score is 27 for 4. 27 for 4 after 8 wickets.
Ramroop now into the attack. And the run off the first delivery. Trying a labored version of a sweep shot there. Only gain 1. Just defending at that one. Got to finish off, so tidy over to begin with from Ramroop. None for 3. who's seen into his 5th over from that southern end. Still has 2 slips and a gully in place. And that one's going uppishly, but no fielder there. Extra cover. It's just a bit too straight on that occasion. They've had to take a few steps to his right if he wanted that catch. But that would have been before the ball was bowled, so. And just push towards that area now. And that's cut and cut straight to that fielder who does well on the boundary, keeping that down to just 1. And that's going straight and straight into the hands of that fielder at long off. Daniel Hussein with his 4th wicket. And an over still remaining after this one, who says he can't get 5. They're all up in celebrations. And they're all having a great time here on this Friday night. Here we see, thought he had some good timing on the shot, but went straight towards that fielder. Picked him out. Here on Ramkisoon now joins Miguel Hiraman, who's witnessed every one of his previous partners walk back to the dressing room. Ramkisoon, of course, bowled well in that first innings, hitting some vital wickets. A great way to end off that over. 1/3 of the way through the amount of overs that they have available to them to bat. Love fortune, but the way that innings has progressed so far, seems like the innings might close earlier than that. Will take a great effort from Hero Man as well as Ramki soon. Hero Man really sort of caught between a rock and a hard place. A lot of runs still to be gotten, 196 more required. He's already used up quite a bit of the allotted deliveries that have already gone. But given the procession that he's seen from the other end, it's difficult for him to go hard at the bowling. Slip comes into place now, just to crowd him around ever so more. And that's a brilliant delivery there from Ramroop, but didn't really have much going for it. Didn't take the edge and was easily outside the line. Again, just trying to get himself off strike. Leaving it on that occasion. Straight a delivery. He's really been disciplined outside the line of off stump as Ramroop. One ball away from being a maiden over, but that's completely spoiled there from Hiraman. Sweeps it away to retain the strike. To the 4 for 5. Daniel Hussein is going to finish out that spell as I would have predicted previously, and interestingly, defended straight to that fielder. Interestingly, having a look at the field, there's all of one fielder on the leg side. Every single other fielder is stationed on the offside. There's a slip, there's a gully, there's a point, there's a point behind the point. They're both walking forward right now, actually. There's a deep cover point, cover, extra cover, and long off. They're all on the offside. One of them is now moving across to fine leg position. Hussein is looking to keep that ball nice and disciplined outside the off stump. Look to just continually move it away from the batsman and bowl to that offside field. Hiraman looks to heave this over the leg side, and he's going to get a full 6 for it. That is the double-edged sword of attacking bowling. Although you might set your field in an attacking fashion, it does open up the ability for you to be hit for 6 in that vacant area. There is always going to be a vacant area because you don't have infinite fielders. And he was stringing a bit full on that occasion as well. So Hiraman finally able to get a bit of boundary action flowing now. 4 for 25 for Daniel Hussein. Still spectacular figures. And this time that's gonna be taken by that point behind the point. So having those 2 fielders there is just wicking out in its strange fashions. Hiraman would have thought he might have gotten that edge through down to that 3rd-man boundary, but heavy offside dominant field has kept that at bay and has kept him on strike. This time Hiraman just pushes that down to long off for 1. A bit of extra bounce, a sort of tennis ball bounce on that delivery from Hussein, showing off his full repertoire in his last over here. Final delivery of his over, and it's just before that Yorker length. And one more delivery remaining in the over. This time he nails that Yorker again and finishes off the over with a dot. 4 for 26. He eventually ends his 6 overs on. Magnificent figures. I really tuned the complexion of the batting innings. 12 overs in, it's 42 for 5. Ramroop continues from the northern end. He's only going for 4 runs so far. And again, Hiraman having some issues with him there. Keeper just wanted to have a look at the surface. Seems to be a butterfly on there. Well, the butterfly must certainly be an All Apache fan. Well, the butterfly will certainly be a La Fortune fan. Does not want to see the game come to its full completion. Seems to not want to use the sky facilities here. And well forward and defended again. That butterfly must certainly have checked in some luggage. That's leaving him again. Good bit of turn, good bit of spin bowling here. And that's going up. And that's going over. Up and over that long one fielder who just watches it sail into the crowd. The crowd has to assist with the fielding. And they've thrown it back to him. He's back in business. And ready now for another delivery here is Hiraman. Great delivery there from Ramrup. Finishes off in a tidy fashion as well. Just the 6 from that over. All coming in one delivery. 48 for 5. Jairam is now into the attack after his brilliant innings earlier today. Bit of left arm spin coming through the wicket, through and round. It's a good start for him as well. Both left arm spinners in this bowling innings from All Apache has been quite steady. Ramkisoon is finally off the mark. Hiraman has had quite a bit of the strikes since Ramkisoon's come out there. swept from Hiraman straight to that fielder. One more. Brings up 50 for La Fortune. So they do have that 50 on the board, but quite a lot more they would need to get if they want to come out of this fixture victorious. Just left it on that occasion. Again, nicely defended to finish off that 14th over. It's 50 for 5. Brilliant delivery there from Ramrup to open up his 4th over. He's really bowled quite well from this northern end. We are accustomed to left-arm spinners favouring this end many times when they visit. The breeze that tends to come across from the east assists their drift, but isn't too windy out there at this time of the day. There's an appeal there, half of an appeal, but just gonna get a run there. Good bit of drop on that delivery. Slewing it up and allowing it to travel through the air and entice the batsman towards it. That's going up in the air. There's no fielder there. Has to run, and he's still running to get towards the ball. So really not much of a chance there for the bowling team, but a good bit of bowling to entice that false shot. At the halfway point, it's 55 for 5. 3 5s in a row. And it is going to be drinks, so we'll take a short break. Jairam to continue. Bowled 1 over so far. Just 2 runs. As 1 slip. Entire leg side field is pushed back to the boundary. He's just left that as Hiraman. Tight leave, didn't really turn all that much. There's 3 deep fielders on the offside at deep backward square, deep mid wicket, and deep and well low on. And that's going up into the air. That deep mid wicket is coming forward. Just cuts it off and allows for them to come back for a second run. There's also a long off and deep cover. In addition to those deep fielders and the slip, there's 3 fielders middle of the offside. Cover, third man and backward point. And sweeping that again is Hiraman, but straight to that deep backward square. 32 from 52. He's been trying as Miguel Hiraman, but unable to free the shackles with what's been going on from the other end. Run rate's now going up to almost 12, 11.8. Things are only getting more difficult for La Fortune. They certainly do need some fortune. Ramkisoon as well can't seem to get his innings going. 2 from 11. Hiraman earlier would have been 2 from 11 as well. Again, just leaving that. The same stage, all Apaches would have been 97 for 3. Quite a distinct comparison. And Ramkisoon is gonna sneak a single and keep the strike. Ramroot will continue. At some point, even though the game situation is quite difficult, Hiraman and Ramkisoon are going to have to pull the trigger. Just nudging that away for 1 more. It's one thing to bat out the full quota of overs. They do actually get back for 2. But really, when you play in a final, there's really no sense just playing out the overs, because the end of it, you're still gonna end up losing. So might as well just get on with things. No net run rate to play for. Tossed it up and obliged, trying to tempt Ramkisoon. He's only tempted to hit that one, but went straight to the fielder. Stumps have lit up again. The stumps are still lighting up. They've settled now. Turning that around for one more is Hero Man. Final ball of the 5th over, and it's gonna be wide. So not the final ball of the 5th over. His 5th over. And a good delivery to finish off now. Just went straight at him, sort of an arm delivery. And that's cut. Bit of a misfield there, but one more. Still keeping that leg side field with all the fielders deep. Seems to be a bit of a ploy, trying to tempt the batsmen to hit more over the offside. Cut away for one more. Well, it could either be that offensive ploy of getting them to want to hit over the offside, or maybe even a defensive ploy at this point, because they do have a lot of runs in the bank and things don't look as if they're going La Fortune's way. Defended straight to short cover. That deep backward square fielders come into the circle. And that's ever so slightly lofted towards that sweeper on the cover boundary. Run rate now 13.2, quiet run rate that is. If the current run rate was 13.2, mathematics might have been null and void. And that's swept down to that deep mid wicket for one more. Ends dry rams over, went for 5. It's 69 for 5.
So it's 69 for 5.
keeper's not moved from that area on the pitch. He's found that right area where left-arm spinners strive just on off stump. He's varied it every now and then. On that occasion, just going on a bit straighter. And then turning it away from the batsman at the right time. And he's really made it difficult for them. Bowled to his field as well. So just the other day, India would have brought up 70 runs in about 5 overs. Fortune taking about 19 overs to bring it up. Did I mention that would have been in a test match? Quiet rate now 14.2. Not in control of that shot was Hiraman. So for the wide, Jairam into his 4th over. Defend it down to that deep cover fielder. He'll scamper back for 2. Although the innings hasn't gone quite where they would have wanted it to, they still made most of the running between the wickets at the very least. Pushed on to long off. That's going up in the air towards our deep mid-wicket fielder, and Hiraman continues to struggle to find the timing to get towards our boundary. He certainly must be frustrated out there. Continues to find the fielders, and as a batsman that certainly doesn't inspire much confidence in yourself. But he has continued to strive throughout all of that. And another shot that Ramkisoon was not in control of at all. Edge down to that third man, and just one more. Two-thirds of the overs have been completed, and score is 77 for 5. Nishal Gayadeen is now into the attack. Another of the left arm spin trio. Can't say spin twins because there's 3 of them. Nudging it away for a run. Ramkisoon. Cutting this time, but straight towards that fielder. And that's going towards that slip fielder, but over him. Just got fingertips on it, but not able to grasp one. Would have desperately wanted to take that catch. Of course, Hiraman is set batsman. And would have been another nail in the coffin, just to finalize things a bit more. Pulling that one down to the backward square for one more. Hiraman moves on to 40. One for 5 after 21. Jairam continues and is an appeal. Umpire's been unmoved. He's really been quite unwilling to give any LBW shouts. And that's going airbound for a bit towards that long on fielder who runs around quite a bit. It's 2 more. 50-run partnership has come up between these two. Hiraman contributing 30 of those runs. That's going through everyone for not the first time tonight. And they'll run through for 1. Seems as if La Fortuna already resigned to the fact that they're not going to come out of this one victorious, and they just want to take it as deep as they can, force the bowlers to get them out rather than make a mistake and allow the bowlers to get their reward. Seems to be a bit of concern there with Ram Kisoon. They're calling out a few of the support. Everyone's gathered around them there, so he seems to be in some sort of discomfort. Seems to just be feeling the effects of being out there for some time. Of course, did quite a bit of bowling earlier as well. And did certainly isn't the easiest conditions out there, so while he gets himself back into better state, we will take a short break. Ready, face up again, and just delicately defends that one down to that cover fielder. Kayadeen to continue from the northern end. Gonna scamper a single. There's a chance that's gonna begging there. Keeper not able to get down in time. And just edging that one past. That's swept away from Hiraman. And that's going to go away for 4 runs. Great shot there. Jairam into his last over. Certainly be tiring here a bit. Swept again from Hiraman, and it's gonna run towards that boundary and over that boundary. Fielder just wasn't gonna cut it off at that angle. Brings up the 100 on the board. Certainly enjoying their Friday night. The Shal Gayadeen continues to be steady here. Both Ramkisoon and Hiraman don't seem to want to budge. There's a battle of attrition out there as Ramkisoon moves on to 20. It's cut nicely down to that deep backward point. and he's bowled. Hiraman has to go after staying there for quite some time in a marathon, not trying to just take it down to the wire, or at least use out all the deliveries available to him. But he's bowled round his legs, attempting a sweep shot, a shot that he's found quite comfortable playing, but ends up being his demise here. He's going to have to go after getting past that 50. The celebrations are all up right now. A lot of the supporters seem to be supporting all Apache. Melville Garcia, new batsman. It's a good delivery up front.
After 25 overs, so it's 166. After 25 overs, so it's 166. Miguel Iran, so 63.
Sunil Salik introduced into the attack at this stage here with only 4 overs remaining after this. Could only bowl a max of 3 overs. Called wide. There's an appeal, and that's an LBW given. Melville Garcia not able to get off the mark. He's going to have to go back for a duck. Not a golden duck like the helmet on his head, but just a regular duck. New batsman Bukai is at the crease. He won't get off the mark in this over. Under a need for 7 after 26. Bit of a chance there. Bowler Some good fielding off of his own bowling. Ramki soon wanted to rush through for one more, but Gayadeen ensures that his figures stay where they are. Nicely forward again is Ramki soon. Now did bowl quite a great spell earlier, and in addition to what we've seen here, does seem to have some good all-around capabilities. He continues to fight on in the face of whatever he would have been dealing with discomfort-wise earlier. 27 overs gone now. It's a 108 for 7. Required run rate is just 40. So Sunil Salik looks as if he's gonna bowl from this end for the remainder of the innings. And gets himself off the mark, does Bukai. And come back for 2. And he's bowled. Bukai stays for 2 runs and then he's bowled. Sunil Salik cleaning up things at the end here. Might have been asking his captain why he wasn't brought on a bit earlier. Certainly does seem to be causing some discomfort for the batsmen out there. Real high arm action and looks to be turning the ball both ways. So really quite surprised that he wasn't brought into the attack a bit earlier. New batsman Stephen Ibrahim now facing up, has on that big floppy hat. And quite an awkward way to play that shot. Looked as if he went all the way back in his crease. Still effective though. Brings Ramki soon back on strike. There's a misfield there that's going to allow them to just run one. Just dragging that into leg side. And the nervous leave there from Ramki soon. And through the legs of the keeper. 113 for 8 now after 28. It's the last over of the innings here. Swept away from Ramki soon. Zibrim back on strike. Winding up for a big one there, but just narrowly edging that. Last ball of the over defended. 116 for 8. Required run rate of 113. I'm sure that's gettable. Sunil Salik readying himself to finish off last over here. Quite a bit of dew would be developing there, so I'm just drying the ball before he got into this over. And that's a wicket again for Sunil Salik. If only it was. Thought he had his man, but looks as if it was just a premeditated dislodging of the bails by the wicketkeeper. Again, he's just toying with him now. Going back quite deep into his crease to nudge that one out for one. You see the banner for the Southern Sports Premier League Division 1. And that was delicately guided between keeper and slip. And it wasn't a drop chance either. It was certainly some crafty play from Ram Kisoon as he gets himself 2 runs. 3 runs. Just 2 runs, still on strike for penultimate delivery, which just tapped towards cover for 1. He's wound up and hit that one over the offside for 4 runs. Ibrahim just has a bit of fun on the final delivery of this innings, as all Apaches have reigned victorious in this Southern Sports Premier League Division 1 in the 2024 season. All Apaches winning by 104 runs, defeating La Fortune, who they would have played against in this final. So well done to all Apaches for putting up that score on the board to begin with, as well as coming out here and bowling in quite a commanding fashion. Great performances from Jason Jairam with his 66. As well as his 6 overs that went quite well, and Daniel Hussein 4 for 26. So all Apaches reigning victorious here in the Southern Sports Premier League Division 1 final and gaining the title. So do join us tomorrow for more cricket action on 360 TV and Cricket 360. Thank you all.
We have the captain, Charlie Mountain, who will be collecting all of the medals for the unfortunate. Congratulations to the unfortunate. Well done. To be unfortunately one that victorious, but kudos must be given to you all for reaching the 80. Well done, Japan. And for the winners of tonight, for Apaches, Sonam Lasso, Guru Nairi, Dylan Sahai, Visha Lado, Nisha Nairi, Sonam Sahai, David Hussain, Anil Sani, Jason Tara, Varun Sari, Jenny, Nausha Ashton, Hennessy, and the victorious captain tonight, Chris Kumasin.
So now we have the match over. The winner will be given a trophy and $500 in cash. There were a lot of notable performances in the field, but tonight our man match chosen would be Mr. David Hussain, who is 4 for 27 and 24 runs. So the team can follow the captain